a man single-handedly takes down all the fighters on the battlefield. Now, only 3 main fighters remain: the Shaolin abbot, Hyun Jinshin, the MANHWA sect leader, Zhang Guang, and the Namgung clan patriarch, Namgung Huang. Since all the fighters who previously battled the man have exhausted him, they decide to seize this opportunity to kill him. The man glares at them, releasing an intense aura and declaring that only the 3 of them are left. They prepare themselves for the final battle, and in the very next moment, the man charges straight at Hyun Jinshin. Despite the sudden and furious attack, Hyun manages to block it, but is forced to fall back instantly. Hyun then curses the man, calling him the divine demon. Swinging his spear, Hyun uses the heavenly Buddha palm strike to attack the divine demon. However, the divine demon easily dodges the attack and leaps into midair, declaring that he will kill Hyun first. The divine demon strikes with his sword, but the monk Hyun blocks it and shouts at the others, asking what they are doing, as now is the time to attack the divine demon. The other 2 fighters immediately charge forward in an attempt to kill him. All 3 strike together. Zhang uses the Blossom Flash Strike, while Namgung unleashes the Thunder Rolling Strike, both claiming they will end the divine demon. Both attacks land. The moment he touches the ground, Hyun finds an opening and attacks again, praying that the divine demon may be reborn in paradise. However, before the attack can reach him, the divine demon leaps into the air and uses a technique that defeats Hyun instantly. The remaining 2 fighters are horrified as they see the divine demon, calling him a monster. Without wasting any time, the divine demon charges at them. Namgung immediately retreats, but Zhang is unable to escape in time and can only block the incoming strike. The divine demon, Zhang Qion, glares at Zhang while smiling. To bring down the man who single-handedly defeated the Central Plains, all the martial masters of the 9 great sects gathered together. Even so, when facing the one whose martial strength was considered the greatest under heaven, their alliance was pushed to the brink of collapse. As their swords clash, Zhang then uses the Plum Blossom Rain technique to attack Zhang. Although the attack appears overwhelming, the battle is not over yet. Zhang recalls the good old days with the love of his life, realizing that he cannot die here. He decides to unleash the demonic spirit sword art, 5th form, Black Dragon Execution. The attack is so fearsome that it takes Zhang down. Now, only Namgung remains. He attacks Zhang with all his might, using the Infinite Emperor sword art. The assault enrages Zhang, who thinks about Namgung's relentless attacks, yet he still refuses to give up. Soon, Zhang locates Namgung's position and strikes him with his sword. Despite taking the hit, Namgung remains alive, and Zhang is forced to retreat as well. Sliding across the ground, Namgung curses the divine demon Zhang, then unsheaths his sword and attacks again from behind. Spotting an opening, Namgung strikes Zhang from behind while laughing and declaring that Zhang's stubborn life ends here. Breathing heavily, the divine demon Zhang feels everything becoming clearer as he remembers his family. With those thoughts in mind, Zhang declares that it is time to finish this. Namgung is confused by his words, but Zhang shouts that he wants to end it now. Zhang then grips his sword and strikes, taking down Namgung along with himself. After taking the blow, Namgung stops resisting, and Zhang delivers the final strike, bringing him down. Now, only Zhang is standing, and the 9 great sects have been completely annihilated. He asks Yanawa, Suk, and Young if this is enough. Zhang's life begins flashing before his eyes. He recalls the first time he fought alongside his friends, when a martial master noticed Zhang's unique fighting style. Zhang wonders if this is his life passing before him. It has been a long time since he last saw it, his master's young face. Yes, his time in the martial world began there. It all started with brawls for survival, wandering without a home, relying solely on a single sword. To live another day, he had to take down someone. Endless and meaningless fighting followed. Such a life makes one question whether it has any meaning at all. He then remembers the girl who once told Zhang that she understood those feelings, because she too struggled daily in the marketplace, constantly clashing and arguing with others. In this world, she said, one must treat everyone as an enemy in order to survive. At the same time, soothing her younger siblings and enduring their endless complaints about food exhausted her. Yet those moments were the most precious to her. When she lost her parents and collapsed in despair, her siblings gave her life meaning once again. She smiled warmly and suggested that Zhang find meaning in his own life. He wanted to live together with them. For someone like him, who only knew how to kill, she gave him a reason to live. He raised his sword once more, this time for vengeance. His life drifted without roots, and for a long time, it seemed to hold no meaning at all. Now, in the moment of death, all he can remember is her face as he cries out in anguish. He realizes that the answer had been there all along. For 15 years, he walked this path alone. Though his sword had dulled and his body bore countless wounds, He gave everything he had to fulfill his revenge. Then, gazing at the faintly rising sun, he lowers the sword in his hand. Here lies the divine demon, Zhang Qian. Zhang's mind goes blank. But suddenly, he hears people arguing about something related to selling a clan's martial arts for a few coins. He wonders what this commotion is about. The scene shifts to another place, where a red-haired woman declares that since her elder brother suffered an unfortunate accident and can no longer carry on the martial arts line, her son will inherit the Flame Hua clan's secret martial arts. The divine demon, Zhang, opens his eyes in confusion and wonders what is happening, asking himself if he is not supposed to be in hell right now. Zhang then notices a small child arguing with the red-haired woman, refusing her decision and stating that his elder brother is still alive and well. He insists that there is no way the clan's martial arts can be handed over to outsiders, especially since the woman's son is not even of direct blood. Another child adds that even if their brother can no longer practice martial arts, their grandfather's techniques must remain within the Flame Hua clan. Hearing this, Zhang wonders who these people and children are. The red-haired woman's son smiles and steps forward, saying that this situation will not end like this, and that he has a proposal to make. Zhang turns his attention to him as the man continues, explaining that he has heard the two children are so poor that they cannot even afford food, so he is willing to wager money. In exchange, he demands the Hua Mujin art, while he himself will wager his clan's entire martial arts legacy. He then proposes a duel between himself and the clan's elder brother, with the winner taking everything. After making this suggestion, the red-haired woman's son asks for their answer. This enrages the children, who shout that their elder brother cannot even begin training because of his condition. They declare that they will not fall for such an obvious trick. Finally, Zhang speaks up, complaining that it is far too noisy, and asks who Mujin is. The children are confused by this, and Zhang calmly declares that he is the divine demon, Zhang. Dabo again asks about Zhang's identity, so Zhang introduces himself as the divine demon, Zhang. Hearing this, Dabo replies that it is not even funny and mocks Zhang, telling him he might as well call himself the king of the underworld instead. Dabo is the second son of the Changhua merchant group. Dojin and Soyan grow visibly embarrassed as they watch their brother behave this way. Dojin wonders why things always turn out like this at times like these. Dabo's mother, Bu Chuyan, then steps forward, stating that Mujin's madness is worsening with each passing day. Dojin appears very afraid of her as she clicks her tongue and continues, claiming that with the clan's eldest son in such a state, the fate of the Flame Hua clan is already sealed. She says this out of blood ties and consideration, asking them to take her words kindly, and adds that it is not bad advice for Mujin either. Bu Chuyan is the master of the Changhua merchant group, who goes on to say that there is no need for further discussion and that she will take Mujin's silence as acceptance of the duel, so it should be treated as such. After that, Dabo and Bu begin to leave, informing Mujin that the duel will take place at the Baiyang Pavilion on the 5th day of the 2nd month. Dabo turns back with a smirk and tells Mujin that this is a promise made between martial artists, and that if Mujin breaks the duel, he already knows the consequences. After saying this, Dabo laughs mockingly and calls Mujin the divine demon, Zhang, before leaving. Once they are gone, Soyan comments that she cannot believe they are deciding everything on their own. She then asks Zhang, or rather her brother Mujin, what he plans to do, pointing out that he has never even properly swung a sword before. Zhang asks in confusion whether she is talking about him. Both Dojin and Soyan nod in agreement. Hearing this, Zhang finds the situation amusing and even laughs, releasing his aura as he declares that he could defeat them all in a single burst of inner energy, considering their beginner-level strength. However, Zhang suddenly realizes that all of his inner energy is gone. Dojin and Soyan grow anxious when they hear this. Zhang then shouts in disbelief, asking what is happening, as he cannot sense even a trace of inner energy within himself. Not only that, he notices that something is wrong with this body, as it feels extremely frail and weak. He wonders whether he can even properly hold a sword. Zhang finds the entire situation absurd, but Soyan suddenly shouts at him, looking deeply embarrassed and telling him to stop. Startled, Zhang turns to look at her. She calls him brother and begs him to come to his senses, saying that even if he is in a state of madness, he is still the head of the family. Overwhelmed with emotion, she begins to cry, asking what kind of person would silently endure such humiliation. Hearing this, Dojin tries to scold her, telling her to apologize immediately and reminding her that this is not how she should speak to her brother. Soyan shakes her head, refusing to apologize, and cries even harder, claiming that everything is Mujin's fault and that their mother and father died because of him. Zhang remains silent, enduring her words without protest. After that, Soyan runs away, while Dojin lets out a deep sigh. He then tells his brother, "Now Zhang, that although he may not remember, Soyeon often loses control of her emotions like this, and he asks for Jong's understanding. Jong agrees, and Dojin also decides to leave. Now standing alone in the courtyard, Jong feels utterly confused as he realizes that even children are treating him as a madman. He finds the situation truly unbelievable. As time passes and the sun begins to set, he had even fulfilled his vengeance for MANHWA and her siblings. After all of that, he should have closed his eyes in peace. Yet now he finds himself inside a weak and fragile body. Jong stomps the ground in frustration, questioning how this could have happened and wondering about the identities of the children who resembled Suk and Young. On top of that, they keep calling him mad, adding even more confusion to his thoughts. As he struggles to make sense of everything, a servant suddenly comes running toward him. The servant looks extremely worried, explaining that Dojin has gone out again despite his frail condition. He asks Jong if he has any idea how concerned everyone has been. Jong responds by asking who the servant is, since he seems to know Moojin well. The servant becomes visibly confused and lets out a sigh, assuming that this is yet another episode of madness. Because of that, he decides to explain everything once again. The servant introduces himself as Maesok, a vassal of the MANHWA clan. He explains that Moojin was once so talented and highly respected that countless Orthodox sects wanted to take him in as a disciple. At the age of 23, Moojin became the leader of the clan, and that person is none other than Jong. Maesok then adds that this makes it the 6,205th time he has explained this. Hearing the explanation, Jong asks why his energy core is in such a state now if he was once so great, and he also asks about the so-called madness and why everyone treats him like a lunatic. Maesok hesitates but eventually explains that 17 years ago, two friends, Dabo and Moojin, decided to have a duel without using inner energy. At the time, Moojin was 6 years old and Dabo was 9. They agreed to fight fairly, without relying on inner energy. Maesok does not know who suggested the duel first, but while the elders of both families were absent, the two children fought each other. Moojin enjoyed the fight greatly, and even complimented Dabo for blocking every single strike. In return, Dabo praised Moojin, calling him a promising genius admired by the Orthodox sects because of his honest and refined unarmed skills. Hearing this, Moojin became confused and asked why Dabo was suddenly saying such things. Suddenly, Dabo used his inner energy and struck Moojin, calling him a fool. Moojin was sent flying and crashed to the ground. From the ground, Moojin asked why Dabo had used the 7 wounds fist strike, even though they had agreed not to use inner energy. Dabo smirked and asked Moojin whether he still considered him a friend after that. Dabo then confirmed that the attack was indeed the 7 wounds fist strike passed down by the Kongdong sect, explaining that its aftereffects were no joke, even if used only once. He further revealed that he had recently tested it on a senior disciple who had become arrogant, leaving him bedridden after a single strike. Dabo then charged forward again, glaring at Moojin and declaring that he wanted to see how much Moojin could endure. After that, he repeatedly punched Moojin. Hearing this story, Jong finally understands why his inner energy is gone and why people label him as insane. If everyone believes that Moojin's condition is an aftereffect of the 7 wounds fist strike, then it all makes sense. Jong concludes that Dabo tampered with Moojin's nerves, crippling him into a state of madness and leaving him without an energy core. Not only that, but Dabo now dares to shamelessly demand a duel. Jong turns to Maesok and asks what punishment Dabo received for causing such damage. Maesok replies that the decision was made by the former clan patriarch, Moojin's father. Although Dabo was his nephew, he was also the son of the Changhua merchant group, one of the top 10 powers in the Central Plains. Because of this, Moojin's father only gave Dabo a stern scolding and chose to end the matter there. Hearing that his own son was crippled by the 7 wounds fist strike and that the only punishment was a verbal reprimand, Jong lets out a cold smirk. Jong then begins walking and asks Maesok about the whereabouts of Moojin's parents. Instead of answering immediately, Maesok leads Jong to a room and explains that Moojin's condition worsened with each passing day, and his father fell deeply into debt while desperately trying to cure Moojin's madness. 9 years ago, Moojin's mother's illness worsened, and she passed away. 3 years later, burdened by debt and despair, Moojin's father also passed away. From that point on, the clan members viewed Moojin as a child who ruined his clan, a son who became the cause of his parents' deaths, and a brother who placed his younger siblings in hardship. The MANHWA clan's reputation collapsed completely. All that remains are the debts incurred for Moojin's sake, 2 loyal retainers, a handful of martial artists, and Moojin's younger siblings, the MANHWA clan's younger son, Dojin, and its daughter, Hwa Soyeon. Listening to this, Moojin recalls Soyeon bursting out in anger back then and realizes how a single illness destroyed the entire household. It is no wonder that Soyeon was so furious. Later that night, While reading through the books in Mujin's room, Zhang pieces together information from the historical records. As the divine demon Zhang, he died in battle against the 9 great sects. 30 years have passed since then, and the vivid sensations of the world around him confirm that this is reality. In short, Zhang now inhabits the body of Mujin, the Flame Clan's eldest son, a man considered mad and left without an energy core. Those Zhang needed to kill in his past life were already dealt with, leaving him with no regrets from that existence. However, now that he has 2 siblings who care for him and whose circumstances are tragic, they remind him of the 2 children from his past, Suk and Young. With that in mind, Zhang concludes that he must live this life now, and perhaps he can help Dojin and Suyan, even if only a little. At present, his greatest obstacle is the Changhua merchant group. They crippled this body and ruined the clan. That is why Zhang must immediately prepare for his duel with Dabo, which is set for the 5th day of the month after next. Before then, he will need to rebuild himself to at least a beginner's level. As he looks at the letters left by his siblings, Zhang smiles faintly and says that it seems he will have to start over from the very beginning. After returning to his room, Zhang begins cultivating. Doing so reminds him of the first time he learned martial arts from his master. Back then, even breathing was difficult. Yet now, perhaps because this body's innate martial aptitude is extraordinary, he does not even need to go through the process of sensing energy. Simply closing his eyes is enough. Zhang's energy begins to flow throughout his room and even outside it, but suddenly he lets out a scream of pain. Even the retainers and Masak hear it from their quarters and rush over, asking what happened. They open the door to find Zhang lying on the ground. The brown-haired retainer smiles and remarks that Mujin has finally died, but when he checks his nerves, he realizes that Mujin is perfectly fine. In fact, his pulse is stronger than ever. Confused as to why Mujin seems healthier than before, the retainer is startled when Zhang suddenly grabs his hand and asks what is wrong with this body, explaining that all he tried to do was form an energy core, but the pain was unbearable. The brown-haired retainer becomes deeply confused, and Zhang asks whether this body has some kind of special constitution. The retainer stammers before replying that if Zhang is asking about Mujin's constitution, it is said to be the heavenly martial body. Hearing this, Zhang is stunned. The brown-haired retainer laughs and forcibly pinches Zhang's hand, explaining that it is a rare heroic constitution chosen by the heavens, or so he was told by a Shaolin elder monk. Seeing him laugh, Zhang asks why it is amusing and realizes the truth. This constitution is the complete opposite of what is suited for demonic arts. If a body filled with pure, upright energy attempts to cultivate demonic techniques, it will suffer extreme pain and, in the worst case, even death. Meanwhile, Zhang is lost in thought, wondering why, out of all the heavenly constitutions, he had to end up with the heavenly martial body. He also grows anxious about the duel, which is now only a little over a month away. Zhang then asks Masak about the identities of the 2 elderly men present. Masak explains that they are the clan's chief steward, Du, and Elder Zhou. Zhang is surprised to see such expressions on their faces, even though the eldest son has collapsed. Elder Zhou quietly whispers to Steward Du that Mujin's symptoms are worsening, meaning it is time for them to prepare themselves. Hearing this, Zhang curses Zhou under his breath and begins coughing again. Masak shouts, telling Zhang that he cannot die yet. In his mind, Zhang responds calmly that he will not die like this. Rain pours down over the Hua residence as Masak informs Mujin that he had been bedridden for 3 whole days. Yet now, all of a sudden, Mujin is walking down the path as if heading somewhere. Grabbing an umbrella and hurrying after him, Masak asks whether he is truly all right. As he walks, Zhang thinks to himself that he is doomed to die in this weak body, which took 3 full days just to recover. His face is covered in bandages, and he turns to tell Masak to calm down, saying that he is making him look bad. More importantly, Zhang tells Masak that he plans to duel and therefore needs a sword, which is why Masak must go and obtain a few swords immediately. Hearing this, Masak replies that they are in no position to think about swords when they are struggling to afford their next meal, as there is no money left to buy one. Zhang then asks if there is truly no money remaining in the household. Masak explains that they are currently borrowing from a loan syndicate and that the outrageous interest rates have caused their debts to balloon to an enormous level. Zhang looks up at the lightning-filled sky and thinks that this family has truly fallen, meaning their financial problems must be resolved first. He then decides that taking on more debt is acceptable, as it would simply add to what they already owe. Hearing this, Masak becomes alarmed and shouts that Zhang cannot borrow from them again. Zhang orders him to stop complaining and instead write a letter to the 2 elders, informing them that Mujin is merely going out for a walk. Meanwhile, in his room, Steward Du is shocked after reading the letter. Elder Zhou, however, asks what the problem is, claiming that the loan syndicates would simply turn Mujin away. Du replies that this is not the real issue. If Mujin recklessly provokes the lone syndicate, then minor lawless factions could become involved. Despite the warnings, Zhang eventually arrives at the lone syndicate, only to find their path blocked by a large, burly man. Zhang smirks and tells the man to inform his leader that Mujin of the MANHWA clan wishes to see him. The lone syndicate's gatekeeper, Kong Noho. Ignoring this, Zhang taunts Kong, saying that if he cannot handle the matter, he should call someone above him instead. This angers Kong, and seeing the tension rise, Masak quickly bows an apology, explaining that their young master is unwell. Standing face to face with Kong, Zhang asks what he is staring at. At that moment, another man suddenly appears between them, casually flipping a coin as he asks what is going on. Zhang is startled by the sudden appearance, and Kong explains to the newcomer that Zhang wishes to meet the leader. Observing Kang's respectful tone, Zhang asks whether this man is in charge. The man asks Zhang for what reason he wants to meet their leader. Zhang calmly replies that he is here to borrow money. Hearing this, the man, revealed to be the deputy leader, Ma Zhengbo, decides that since Zhang is a customer, there is no need to bother the leader. Ma Zhengbo then opens the door and invites Zhang inside. Once inside, Zhang and Masak are led to an unfamiliar area. As they cross a bridge, Masak whispers to Zhang, urging him to turn back because he has a very bad feeling about this. Zhang asks why, pointing out that they have already come this far. Masak explains that a few days earlier, an old woman at the market tea house claimed she saw two assassins from the lone syndicate. Masak also heard that these individuals are incredibly skilled martial artists who have mastered the twin ruinous force known as the Moonslaying Heaven technique. Realizing that Zhang does not recognize the name, Masak repeats that it is the twin ruinous force, the Moonslaying Heaven technique. Hearing this, Zhang stops and asks Masak what he expects him to do about it. At that moment, Ma Zhengbo laughs while flipping his coin, saying that it seems the servant is quick to understand the danger, but it is already too late for them to turn back. Zhang is startled when he senses someone pointing a sword at him, and he soon realizes that he is surrounded by fighters. Ma Zhengbo then orders the fighters to begin. Zhang asks if this was their intention from the start. Hearing that, Ma Zhengbo turns and replies that at a crowded entrance, they cannot simply eliminate the MANHWA clan's eldest son outright. Ma Zhengbo continues, stating that Mujin cannot even repay the principal, let alone the interest, calling his situation shameless. He adds that he will not allow Mujin to bleed him dry the way his parents did. Masak steps forward and begins begging them to spare their young master Mujin's life. But Zhang is confused when Ma Zhengbo mentions his parents and declares that he never had parents. Everyone present falls silent upon hearing this, and Zhang realizes that, for a brief moment, he had mistaken Mujin for his former self from his past life. The fighters move to attack, and Ma Zhengbo orders them to merely rough him up. Following the command, one fighter grabs Zhang by his robe and strikes at him. Masak is terrified at the sight, but in reality, Zhang counters the attack and easily injures the fighter's arm. The fighter cries out in pain and collapses to the ground, shouting that the timid Zhang has some light footwork. Zhang continues by mocking the fighter, saying he is surprisingly soft for such a big man. Zhang remarks that with this frail body, using such methods is far better than engaging in a direct fight. Flipping his coin, Ma Zhengbo demands to know what they are doing and orders them to hurry up and finish it. Another fighter charges at Zhang. The fighters continue attacking, but not a single blow lands, as Zhang effortlessly avoids every strike. The fighter pours all his strength into a final attack, but since Zhang cannot rely on brute force, he instead uses movement techniques. Zhang lunges forward and strikes with his head. The fight is not over yet, as the fighter attacks again, but Zhang once more dodges the blow and counters with a powerful kick, slamming the fighter to the ground and sending him crashing into the other fallen fighter. Both fighters are barely able to stand. Masak looks at Zhang in disbelief and asks if he is all right. Zhang replies by asking whether Masak cannot see that he is perfectly fine. Shocked, Masak asks where in the world he learned such techniques. Zhang explains that this is not martial arts at all, but survival skills he naturally picked up while living on rough streets. Zhang then pauses in confusion and asks himself when Mujin ever lived on the streets. Still flipping his coin out of habit, Ma Zhengbo compliments Zhang, saying that he is quite skilled. He then attacks Zhang by flicking the coin toward him, challenging him to dodge it. Just like before, Zhang instinctively avoids the attack and turns back, realizing that Ma Zhengbo had thrown the coin. Zhang states that he only wants to speak with the leader and asks why they are making things so difficult. Ma Zhengbo replies coldly that the leader is not someone Zhang can simply meet so casually. Then Mo Zhengbo attacks Zhang, but Zhang blocks the sword with nothing more than a pair of chopsticks. Mo Zhengbo is stunned to see his blade stopped by such a simple object. Zhang explains that he brought the chopsticks as a replacement since he does not have a sword, but they turn out to be quite useful. As they continue fighting, Zhang realizes that this is exactly as he expected. Mo Jungbo is using a martial art that no one has ever heard of. Even so, Zhang finds an opening and strike at Mo Jungbo with the chopsticks. Mo Jungbo is shocked that Zhang not only blocked a sword with chopsticks, but also exploited the moment so precisely. Enraged, Mo Jungbo swings his sword again, but Zhang dodges it swiftly and remarks that if Mo Jungbo underestimates chopsticks, he will regret it. Zhang begins attacking while swinging the chopsticks with precision. As he takes the hits, Mo Jungbo recalls the rumors claiming that Mujin could no longer use inner energy, yet somehow he has reached such a high level, and he swings his sword once more, but Zhang dodges again. This makes Mo Jungbo question whether Zhang is truly the Mujin of the MANHWA clan that he once knew. As Zhang strikes Mo Jungbo, he comments that he heard their family was drowning in debt, which made him curious about what kind of people the Lone Syndicate really were. Yet despite their bold extortion, their skills turn out to be pitiful. Realizing that he is losing the battle, Mo Jungbo retreats, deciding to show Zhang a taste of the martial arts that Zhang supposedly looked down on. Zhang is confused by this and responds that he has never looked down on any martial arts. A purple aura begins to emanate from Mo Jungbo's sword. It is the moon-slaying heaven's secret technique. Mo Jungbo charges at Zhang with this technique, but Zhang stands fearlessly and replies that the ones playing games here are the Lone Syndicates. Mo Jungbo is shocked when Zhang dodges the technique, and Zhang immediately follows up with a punch. As this happens, Mo Jungbo wonders who Mujin truly is and concludes that he has been hiding such strength all this time. After taking the blow, demanding to know how he plans to deal with the consequences later. Hearing this, Zhang calmly responds that he did not come here to listen to threats. He adds that what he wants to hear next will help Mo Jungbo live longer. After saying this, Zhang repeats himself, then smirks and states that he needs to borrow some money. Still seated, Mo Jungbo hesitantly asks Zhang to speak about what he is curious about. Zhang explains that he wants to know why people who hate losing even a single coin would support a clan without any collateral. He believes there must have been some malicious intent behind it. Mo Jungbo stammers in response, claiming that Zhang has misunderstood and insisting there was no malicious intent. Hearing this, Zhang remarks that he can practically hear the gears turning in Mo Jungbo's head from where he is sitting. Zhang then threatens Mo Jungbo, warning him to think carefully. Terrified, Mo Jungbo finally confesses that it was done at the behest of the Changhua Merchant Guild. Zhang calmly states that he had already suspected it was them, and asks what kind of deal they had made. Mo Jungbo hesitates to answer, but Zhang threatens him again, stating that he is neither an enlightened Taoist nor a righteous warrior. He adds that if Mo Jungbo is going to be loyal, then he should be loyal to his superiors. Hearing this, Mo Jungbo becomes extremely anxious and reveals that there was a contract in which the Changhua Merchant Guild instructed the Lone Syndicate to lend the MANHWA clan as much money as they wanted at the highest possible interest rate. The guild ordered them to push the MANHWA clan into debt as though they were sinking into a swamp. Once the clan eventually collapsed, the Changhua Merchant Guild promised the Lone Syndicate a substantial reward on top of their usual gains. Mo Jungbo then hands over the contract to Zhang. After reading it, Zhang realizes that the Lone Syndicate had also taken the land as collateral. Since Zhang is borrowing 300 niang of gold today, he asks Mo Jungbo how much the amount would grow in 1 year. Mo Jungbo replies that, according to the contract, it would reach approximately 5,000 niang of gold. Zhang smiles and dismisses them all as nothing more than a bunch of clowns. He then tosses the contract onto the table, deciding to move on to another matter. Zhang asks Mo Jungbo about the whereabouts of the minor lawless faction. Without hiding anything, Mo Jungbo reveals that the minor lawless faction is actually part of the Four Heavens Alliance, a union of Sapa sections. Zhang is puzzled and wonders if such a faction even existed within the alliance. Mo Jungbo agrees and says he heard they only joined recently. Maesok quietly whispers to Zhang, asking when Mujin ever met them to be spouting such nonsense again. Zhang tells Maesok not to worry about it, saying it is too troublesome to explain. Zhang then asks why the man sent to retrieve the money is taking so long. Mo Jungbo nervously begs him to wait a little longer. Moments later, a fighter rushes in, painfully pushing the door open before placing 300 niang of gold on the table. The sight immediately pleases Zhang. After inspecting the money, Zhang praises it, saying it will be sufficient. Zhang stands up and tells Maesok to let go. Maesok, still seated, asks if Zhang truly intends to borrow such a large amount. Zhang orders him to take it without questioning. Outside, rain pours down as they leave the mansion. Zhang instructs Mo Jungbo to ensure that everything is properly recorded in the ledger that same day. He adds that once his business with Mo Jungbo's major client, the Changhua Merchant Guild, is concluded, he will return to settle every single debt. Mo Jungbo can do nothing but listen. From what he has seen, Zhang senses that the loan syndicate has also been exploiting common people, and he orders them to stop immediately. He warns that if they cross the line again, there will be serious consequences. Mo Jungbo replies that they will keep that firmly in mind. After Zhang leaves, Mo Jungbo gasps and thinks to himself that they will see who gets ruined first, while deeming Mujin to be the mad young master of the MANHWA clan. Zhang soon returns to his mansion. Steward Du then asks what on earth happened at the loan syndicate. Hearing this, Zhang explains that he simply went there to borrow some money because their subordinates were complaining that living conditions had become difficult. Zhang continues by saying that they must also feed the warriors of the MANHWA clan properly, because they cannot afford to have the rest of their people run away. Upon seeing the money, Steward Du asks whether Zhang stole it from somewhere, since there is no way a loan syndicate would willingly lend money. Zhang replies that he told them to properly record it in their ledger before he left. He then places his hand on Steward Du's shoulder and instructs him to focus solely on feeding and clothing his younger siblings. After saying this, Zhang begins to walk away, telling them to keep up their hard work. Once Zhang leaves, Maysok collapses onto the ground while Steward Du and Elder Zhou silently watch him. Steward Du then asks whether such madness can truly exist in this world, and Elder Zhou clicks his tongue in response. Meanwhile, Zhang enters the grave room, lights the candles, and closes his eyes. He says that since he never had parents, he is unsure of what he should say. He tells Mujin's parents that, for now, the financial issues are more or less resolved, so they do not need to worry. From this point on, he promises to take good care of his siblings and the members of the household, asking them to rest peacefully. It turns out that Soyan and Dojin are also there, quietly listening to what Mujin is saying. Zhang continues by mentioning that in a few days, he has a duel with someone named Dabo, and they are set to fight with a clan's secret manual at stake. Mujin's siblings appear happy upon hearing this, and Zhang reassures Mujin's parents not to worry, stating that he will decisively handle the matter. Afterward, Zhang goes to sleep. The next morning, Maysok stands outside Zhang's room while workers carry in the sword boxes. As they place them down, they wonder aloud why the boxes are so heavy. Maysok praises them for their effort, but the workers ignore him, clearly exhausted and complaining about their aching backs. Zhang wakes up and opens the door with a bright expression, saying that they have finally arrived. The sword boxes weigh 50 gun, 80 gun, and 110 gun. Maysok confirms that all of them are present. Zhang opens one of the boxes to inspect it, while Maysok asks what he plans to do with these swords, pointing out that even the warriors who carried them struggled greatly. Zhang reaches for a sword and replies that there is only one thing to do with a sword, and that is to swing it. To start, he decides to try the lightest one, the 50-gun sword. However, it turns out to be extremely heavy for Mujin. Maysok asks whether Zhang truly plans to swing something this heavy. Zhang had expected this, but realizing that he cannot even lift the 50-gun sword makes him understand just how deteriorated his body has become. Still, Zhang resolves not to give up. Using all of his strength, he manages to hold the sword, claiming that he can somehow lift it with both hands. He then orders Maysok to stop staring and do what he was told. Maysok stands up, and as Zhang drags the sword back to his room, he tells Maysok that from now on, his meals should include meat side dishes. Maysok comments that he is worried about Zhang, but Zhang ignores him, closes the door, and grips the sword with one hand. As he holds it, Zhang thinks about how only half a month remains until the duel. His current body possesses a heavenly martial constitution, which is completely incompatible with the demonic arts his master once taught him. That leaves him with only one remaining option, the sword style passed down by his master's close friend, known as the 9 Swords of Dugu. Zhang begins swinging the sword, believing this is now his only way to survive. The scene then shifts to another location, where a red-haired man is casually playing a violin. One of his subordinates informs him that Mujin has dealt with the loan syndicate. The subordinate confirms that, according to the carrier pigeon, they will be unable to take action for about half a month. Hearing this, the red-haired man wonders how Mujin possesses such strength despite lacking a dantian. He concludes that one's class is permanent, then smiles and remarks that he should prepare a small gift for the great young Master Mujin. He looks forward to the day of the duel, eager to see Mujin reveal all of his hidden facets. Now, Zhang is practicing martial arts and has come to understand how the heavenly martial body truly feels. If it is a body granted by the heavens, then it should at least be able to withstand this much. Sitting on the floor in his room, Zhang thinks about how everything he requested has already been prepared by Maysok. Now it begins. Zhang stands up and uses the solitary 9 swords, first form, declaration form. He can carry his sword and step forward at any time. Not even Mount Tai dares to block his path. Zhang practices the first form and then moves on to the second form, known as the breaking form. No matter what weapon comes at him, he will shatter them all. However, while using the second form, Zhang suddenly feels intense pain in his abdomen. He realizes that he is already reaching his limits with just this much effort, but he knows he must endure it. Zhang then kicks a ball, sending it swinging all around the room, and uses the third form, the sky-cleaving form. Even if an enemy's energy shakes the heavens, it will be split before this sword. With this form, Zhang cuts the ball into 4 pieces. He is drenched in sweat and suddenly feels even more intense pain in his back. Ignoring the pain, Zhang pulls a rope, deciding to move on to the next phase. As he pulls the rope, numerous bamboo poles fall from the ceiling. Zhang uses the 4th form, the void-cleaving form, a form before which no martial art can stand. He attacks the bamboo, declaring that all complicated techniques will fall to natural counterplay, and thus the simplest sword can divide them. However, it turns out that Zhang is unable to land even a single hit. In the very next moment, large wooden logs begin falling from above. Seeing this, Zhang charges forward, practicing the 5th form, the army defeat form. Even if a horde of enemies swarms him, they will kneel before this sword. This time, Zhang manages to break the logs in half. An ant swarm can never surpass an elephant. Before true strength, numbers mean nothing. Even so, one of the wooden pieces strikes Zhang on the head, making him shout in frustration. Zhang then proceeds to the 6th form, known as One Strike still contains water. In this form, Zhang swings the sword wildly. Even a floating leaf on water would be break in 2 by this blade. Afterward, Zhang realizes that all the mechanisms he set up inside the room have been used, so the next stage must be done outside. Once outside, Zhang uses the 7th form, known as One Point, Twin Earths, on stone dummies. The sword is said to open the earth beneath it. If it can break the ground, then size no longer matters. Despite his efforts, Zhang is unable to shatter them. So he moves on and break the stone instead. Next comes the 8th form, known as the Heaven-Sundering form. Even the sky itself will be split by this blade, leaving nothing in the world beyond its reach. After that, Zhang unbinds the sword that had been tied to his hand and uses the 9th form, known as the Self-Cleaving form. At last, he breaks his sword. He has no further reason to wield a blade. Zhang collapses onto the ground and closes his eyes, thinking that in the end, it is all just mimicry. He then remembers his master showing him the final form and asking whether Zhang had memorized it. Zhang, who was still a child at the time, replied that he had memorized it, but questioned whether such an unworthy sword style even deserved to be called a sword art. He recalls thinking that even the explanations were unbearably cringeworthy, breaking the earth, the sky, one's sword, and even oneself. To Zhang, it all sounds like something a child made up trying to sound cool. Zhang's master coughs and admits that he can't deny it, but he doesn't want his close friend's sword legacy to end like this. He explains that he couldn't carry it on himself, so he wants Zhang to take it up instead. Zhang's master reveals that his friend was the only swordsman who could stand toe-to-toe with him. Zhang is confused, knowing that his master's friend has no inner power. His master claims that his friend likely relied on moving internal skill and strictly insisted that it be passed on to someone outside of any sect, because those within the sect could never fully master it. Moving internal skill is a low-grade martial art that builds inner strength purely through physical movement, but it rarely improves energy channels. Zhang comments that moving internal skill sounds like a trash-tier method, which makes his master very angry. He flicks Zhang on the head, saying, "That's how it is, so shut up already." Rubbing his head, Zhang submits. Anyway, his master continues, explaining that if one swings this sword style 1,000 times, their body will begin to change. At 100,000 swings, they will start to emit a sword aura. At 1,000,000 swings, very few under heaven could match them. Or so his master says. Even if Zhang practices 1,000 swings a day, he would finish mastering the technique in 3 years. Analyzing this, Zhang asks whether his master's friend was truly as strong as him. His master replies that he can't say for certain, but if they fought to the end, one of them would definitely die. Thinking about that, Zhang looks at the sky, wondering what kind of man his master's friend really was. The scene then shifts to Zhang, currently asleep, getting slapped by Maysak, who is trying to wake him. Zhang finally opens his eyes. Maysak asks if he is alright, saying he was worried because Zhang wouldn't get up. Zhang dares Maysak to hit him once more, threatening that he will kill him. Zhang then stands, thinking about how he fainted after performing just one sword form and not even completing 1,000 swings yet. He realizes he still has a long way to go. Maysak brings a meal, informing Zhang that it's time to eat. Seeing that he has been served pork, Zhang notes it, and Maysak explains that yesterday Zhang asked for meat side dishes. He adds that it has been so long since they had meat, so they should enjoy it. While eating, Zhang instructs Maysak that starting tomorrow, he wants beef instead of pork. Maysak is shocked, so Zhang explains that beef builds muscle better. He continues, saying that if money is an issue, they can use funds from the loan syndicate, and assures Masak not to worry because he will borrow more later. Zhang then starts eating and instructs Masak that until he fights Dabo, he will be eating 3 meat meals a day. Masak asks Zhang where he first started learning martial arts. Zhang, while eating, questions why he is being asked and if it's weird. He explains that a person who couldn't even function like a normal human suddenly mastering sword techniques is, of course, unusual. Masak replies that he is simply amazed. Mujin didn't know martial arts, yet he used a chopstick to defeat the guards of the Lone Syndicate, and now he is mastering this crazy sword style. Zhang gulps down his food and responds that he already told the kids, so telling Masak doesn't matter. He then reveals the truth. He is not really the eldest son, Mujin, but the divine demon Zhang. Hearing this, Masak interrupts, warning Zhang that if he starts spouting nonsense again, he will leave. Masak explains that he worries about only one thing. Like before, Zhang might lose his memory again, transform into someone else, and disappear without a word. He looks worried and asks if Zhang is thinking of abandoning the MANHWA clan. Zhang, putting his chopsticks back on the tray, confirms that he would never abandon the clan, not until MANHWA becomes the strongest martial family in Sichuan. He adds that, besides that, he doesn't really have anything else to do. Masak is shocked to hear that Zhang's goal is to make MANHWA the strongest martial family in Sichuan. Zhang confirms it. Masak gasps and taunts that it's ridiculous. Zhang flicks Masak on the head and tells him to leave if he is done yapping. Masak stands up and exits, leaving Zhang alone. Zhang then reflects on making MANHWA the strongest in Sichuan, claiming that this alone would be enough for Mujin as well. The scene then shifts to Elder Zhou and Steward Du, who are holding a meeting in a room. Elder Zhou tells Steward Du that in 10 days, the duel between Dabo and Mujin will take place. Steward Du replies that Dabo will definitely try to end Mujin's life and, after that, come for the Yom Emperor's inheritance. Hearing this, Elder Zhou suggests they should run before that happens. Steward Du is shocked and asks what he means. Elder Zhou urges him to think carefully, explaining that they cannot allow the last 2 remaining members of the clan to be harmed as well. Zhang clicks his tongue, looking exhausted from practicing sword swings, thinking that just by swinging a sword every day, he has built some muscle in his arms. He has finally reached the point where he can swing a 110-gun iron sword with one hand, but he wonders why his sword technique is still unstable. Thinking about it, Zhang clicks his tongue again, noting that there is only a week left until the martial arts competition. Suddenly, Dojin and Soyan enter the room, commenting on how hard Mujin is still training. Noticing the kids, Zhang asks what brings them here and tells them to play somewhere else because it's dangerous. Dojin replies that they were worried and admits he had been watching for a few days, fearing Zhang might be overdoing it. Soyan asks if Mujin is training because of what she said when she was furious last time, clearly worried and recalling her anger. Zhang responds thoughtfully, realizing that whenever he sees these kids, he is reminded of them. He pats both of their heads reassuringly, telling them not to worry. Dojin then strikes a pose like he's swinging a sword and asks Mujin to comment on his stance, complimenting him on looking very impressive. While doing so, Dojin asks if this is how Mujin performs it, noting he really looks like a martial artist. Soyan quickly corrects him, pointing out that Mujin stretches his arm a bit more. Zhang finds the kids adorable as they try to imitate him. The children continue to argue, insisting that their stance is completely different from Mujin's. Hearing that, Zhang asks if that's really true. Seeing the kids reminds him of his own training with his master. At one point, when Dojin stretches his arm, Soyan bites him playfully. Zhang recalls his master's teaching. While swinging the sword, one should exhale and hold, making sure not to rush. When returning to position, inhale slowly and briefly. Thinking about this, Zhang remembers that the most important aspect of the solitary 9 swords is the pupil's breathing method, a lesson he had forgotten. He smiles, reassuring the kids not to worry, and confirms that he will definitely win. After saying this, he throws them out of the room, telling them to go back to their own room. The kids are shocked but smile, thinking nothing will happen. Focusing back on his training, Zhang concentrates on breathing, exhaling while swinging, holding his breath as long as possible without rushing, and returning to position with a slow, short inhale. He releases all the internal energy gathered in his body at once. This time, Zhang is able to tear the wood into small pieces. The pupil is a form of Qigong that builds internal energy directly through physical movement, compared to other Qigong methods that circulate energy through meditation. It is classified as a lower-class martial art, where significant development of energy channels is difficult to achieve. In awakening such pupils, a stable breathing method is essential. Unlike before, when swinging the sword was difficult, Zhang's body gradually stabilizes as he synchronizes his breathing with the sword technique. After repeating the sword training dozens of times, the dantian, which had been scattered for years, slowly begins to condense. The scene then shifts to Elder Joe, who asks Maesok, working in the kitchen, if young Master Mujin is still training. Maesok turns and confirms that Mujin has now completely transformed into a completely different person. At first, Mujin kept collapsing, but now he doesn't even show signs of weakness. Maesok explains that the divine energy treatment from the Mudong before seems to have been effective. Hearing this, Elder Joe places his hand on his head, thinking that even with Wudong Baeksun's treatment, improvement shouldn't happen in just one session. He instructs Maesok to inform him if anything unusual occurs, but before Elder Joe can finish, Maesok starts walking away, saying he understands. Elder Joe clicks his tongue in realization. After preparing the food, Maesok runs to Zhang's room, announcing that it's time to eat. Zhang is standing there, holding a massive sword, and the room is a mess. Maesok, bewildered, asks what is going on. Ignoring him, Zhang comments that the room is too narrow now. Maesok grows even more confused, and Zhang clarifies that it's too narrow to continue training, so he should use the training ground from now on. Zhang heads to the training ground, but the fighters there are displeased at his arrival. Reaching the ground, Zhang realizes he wasn't informed that there would be guests. Maesok, nervous, explains that Mujin still intends to use the large training ground. The fighters are furious, and Zhang stomps his sword on the ground, declaring that they all heard him. Since he needs space to train properly, he will borrow the large training ground for a while. He instructs them to leave, suggesting they can use another nearby ground. The martial artists scoff. Their anger is palpable. Noticing their expressions, Zhang comments that their eyes look quite challenging. One of the martial artists attempts to argue, but their commander stops him, ordering everyone to step back because Mujin will be training. This commander is Keelboyne, leader of the MANHWA clan's death squad. As the martial artists start leaving, Keelboyne whispers to himself that it seems the madness has erupted again. Hearing this, Zhang taunts him, calling him a dull talent. Keelboyne grows furious and turns back. Zhang smirks and says that if Keelboyne has complaints, he should say them to his face, because bottling up feelings is for cowards. Keelboyne asks what Mujin is suggesting. Zhang replies that among people who live by the sword, complaints should be addressed directly. He points his sword at Keelboyne, saying they must fight it out. Keelboyne responds that no matter how much a master is angered, no warrior draws a sword against the person who will become clan head. Zhang counters with the saying, a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a barking dog is full of fear. He continues, telling Keelboyne that if he isn't going to step forward, then don't bark from the start. Keelboyne, enraged by the taunts, draws his sword and tells Zhang that regret won't save him. Zhang assumes his stance, claiming confidently that he is not the type to regret. Keelboyne steps forward and swings his twin swords before Mujin, signaling the start of the duel. Mujin calmly takes his stance, and the fight begins. In a stunning display of control, Mujin plants his greatsword into the ground and effortlessly blocks Keelboyne's first strike, leaving the spectators wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Keelboyne's underlings are shaken by Mujin's precise and almost unreal movements. Mujin continues to evade every incoming attack with ease, which only fuels Keelboyne's anger. Frustrated, Keelboyne taunts him, demanding that he fight like a true martial artist. Hearing this, Mujin lands firmly on the ground and grips his greatsword once more. Keelboyne, who has served the MANHWA clan for 25 years, believes the clan's downfall rests solely on Mujin's shoulders. To him, Mujin preaching about martial arts after bringing the clan low is something he simply cannot accept. With all his strength, Keelboyne charges forward. In response, Mujin unleashes the solitary 9 swords, second form, breaking form. Their blades collide with tremendous force, and Keelboyne instantly loses his balance. To his shock, even his internal energy trembles under the impact of Mujin's technique. Without hesitation, Mujin sets aside his greatsword and drives a decisive punch into Keelboyne, declaring that everything he said was true, but from this moment on, things will change. The blow sends Keelboyne crashing to the ground, unable to comprehend what just happened. The haze in his eyes clears, replaced by a sharp realization. Mujin now possesses the gaze of a true warrior. The entire crowd is stunned by Mujin's victory. Keelboyne's subordinates rush to his side, still grumbling and accusing Mujin of fighting dishonorably. However, Keelboyne regains consciousness and orders them to be silent. He openly admits his defeat and begins to show genuine respect toward Mujin. Accepting the outcome, he instructs his men to stop interfering and move to the training ground next door. Once they leave, Mujin tells Maesok to step out as well. The scene shifts to Keelboyne and his underlings, who insist that he must have held back during the duel. Keelboyne reveals the truth, He did not hold back. He had intended to leave Mujin half dead. More importantly, he acknowledges that their young master has changed and gained what he calls a heavenly opportunity. Hearing this, Masak quietly wonders when such a transformation could have occurred. Still, seeing Mujin's growth firsthand, he accepts the change. Later that night, Steward and Joe hold a private meeting. The duel with the Changhua Merchant Guild is set for tomorrow. They reflect on the 27 years since they first entered the clan and recall how extraordinary the Flame Emperor was in his youth. He arrived with nothing, yet demonstrated martial arts so remarkable that even the proud Tang clan acknowledged his brilliance. Drawn in by his radiance, both Steward and Joe pledged their loyalty to him for life. Now, however, they are considering breaking that loyalty in hopes of resolving the clan's bloodline crisis. For 17 years, they have watched young Master Mujin struggle with instability, and during that same time, they have witnessed the steady decline of the Yoma clan. Convinced that they are acting for the greater good, they prepare to leave. All they require is enough money to resettle elsewhere, a few skilled martial artists, and 4 official permits. Still, Steward urges Joe to leave first. After all, Mujin carries the Flame Emperor's bloodline and may one day need help restoring his body. Meanwhile, to demonstrate their seriousness, the Changhua Merchant Group has hired the martial master of the Kongdong sect to witness the duel. Steward understands their true intention, to erase this mansion entirely. That is why he instructs Joe to go ahead to the promised location and wait. The younger ones will be shocked when they learn the truth, but there will be nothing they can do to stop it. The next morning, as they eat, Mujin complains that the meat is unusually tough. Masak explains that they can only afford the cheapest cuts, which are always hard to chew. When Mujin asks if they are short on funds, Masak reveals that the overseers provide them with very little support. After some light banter, Mujin asks about his outfit for the day. Masak jokingly remarks that Mujin looked better when he was covered in bandages. Mujin lightly smacks him in response, and the two prepare to leave. When Steward arrives, Mujin initially assumes he has come to persuade them to abandon the fight and flee. Steward denies this, reassuring him. Relieved, Mujin confidently declares that he will defeat their opponents and tells Steward to wait. However, Steward insists on accompanying him. Though Mujin thinks Steward worries too much, he ultimately sets off alongside Joe and Masak, ready to face what awaits. A large crowd gathers on the upcoming duel between the Changhua Merchant Group and the Flamehua clan. However, those favoring the Flamehua clan are left completely stunned when young Master Mujin makes his entrance, casually eating as he walks in. Soon after, Choyan appears and attempts to frame the situation as though the Hua clan were the ones who demanded this duel, carefully shaping the narrative to protect the Changhua Merchant Group's reputation. Mujin refuses to let that stand. He openly declares that they cannot allow the Changhua Merchant Group to seize the Hua clan's secret manual. That is why they have no choice but to fight. The crowd is taken aback by this revelation, and murmurs ripple through the audience. Watching the reaction, Choyan wonders how long she will be able to maintain her composure. Today's official witness, Han Yang of the Kongdong sect, arrives at the arena. With both sides ready, Han Yang formally declares the start of the duel, and the crowd erupts in excitement. On stage, Dabo informs Mujin that the outfit he is wearing is the official martial uniform of the Flamehua clan. He explains that it was personally sent to commemorate the return of Hua Mujin. In response, Mujin draws his massive greatsword and confidently announces that he will reclaim everything taken by the Changhua Merchant Group once the duel is over. The sheer size of the blade shocks the spectators. Many wonder whether proper swordsmanship can even be performed with such a weapon, especially since the Flame Emperor was historically known for his barehanded martial arts. From the sidelines, Joe asks Masak whether Mujin said anything unusual earlier. Masak admits that Mujin became visibly angry when Steward suggested fleeing that morning. Although Masak had been joking at the time, he genuinely believes that young Master Mujin can win. Still, deep down, he wrestles with uncertainty about whether this confrontation is truly the best course of action. The referee signals the start of the match by striking the bell. In the very next instant, Mujin launches himself into the air and attacks Dabo. The speed of his movement leaves the audience speechless. The young master who was once rumored to be consumed by madness now fights with remarkable strength and precision. Even so, Dabo regards Mujin's current level as that of an inexperienced challenger. Their swords clash repeatedly, the sharp echoes thrilling the crowd. Choyan is surprised that Mujin has lasted longer than she anticipated, though she still believes Dabo's skill surpasses his. As the battle intensifies, Dabo presses forward with a powerful strike. Mujin blocks and is forced back, but he remains steady. Dabo aims not only to defeat him, but to break his spirit. Steward watches in astonishment, having expected Mujin to fall almost immediately. Yet Mujin continues to endure. Standing beside him, Masak reveals that Mujin has not yet shown his true strength. He has secretly witnessed Mujin training in isolation, and he knows there is something far greater still hidden beneath the surface. During the exchange, Mujin realizes that his current skill is evenly matched with Dabo's. But to him, that changes nothing. In the past, no matter how powerful his opponents were, he always prevailed in the end. Now, both Mujin and Dabo fight with absolute resolve, each fully prepared to stake everything on the outcome of this duel. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Joe finally reaches the destination they had prepared in case they needed to flee. He carries the two younger children the entire way. Fortunately, they fall asleep along the journey, making it easier for him to move without drawing attention. Before leaving the mansion, Joe had asked Steward why he refused to come along. Steward answered calmly that Mujin is still the Flame Emperor's bloodline. No matter what happens, Steward chooses to stay behind and personally oversee what he believes may become the young master's final journey. Hearing this, Joe reluctantly agrees to go ahead and wait at the promised location. Back at the arena, the duel between Mujin and Dabo intensifies. Although Dabo continues to resist, Mujin internally concludes that his opponent is still only at the level of a novice. The crowd, once loud and excited, grows tense as it becomes clear that the young master of the Wa clan is gaining the upper hand. Many spectators had believed Dabo, an outer sect disciple of the Kongdong sect, would dominate the fight. Now, whispers spread that perhaps he is not as impressive as rumored. Those murmurs reach Dabo's ears. Angered by the belittling comments, he charges at Mujin with full force. From the sidelines, Masak and Steward grow anxious and shout for Mujin to dodge. Instead, Mujin calmly activates the Peerless Nine Sword's first form, preemptive step. He blocks the incoming strike and sends Dabo flying backward. Without hesitation, Mujin begins gathering his inner energy. The audience senses that this could be his finishing move. Dabo scoffs, claiming that Mujin's energy accumulation is too slow, and lunges forward to interrupt him. But Mujin immediately transitions into the Peerless Nine Sword's second form, Weapon Destruction. The technique overwhelms Dabo completely. In the clash, Dabo's blade shatters. Seizing the opening, Mujin strikes decisively, injuring Dabo's arm and delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sends him crashing to the ground. Choyan watches in horror as Dabo lies defeated. Masak and Steward stand frozen in disbelief. Against all expectations, young Master Mujin has won. At that moment, Han Yang of the Kongdong sect leaps onto the stage and confirms that Dabo's energy core has been shattered. He questions whether Mujin needed to go so far, noting that the difference in skill had already determined the outcome. Mujin responds that if that is their perspective, then he also has something to say. He asks whether it was necessary to use the 7 wounds fist on the head of a 5-year-old child who knew nothing of martial arts. To him, today's actions are simply the conclusion of a grievance that began 17 years ago. From this point forward, he declares, the Changhua merchant group will bear the consequences of provoking the Flame Wa clan. With that, Mujin turns and leaves the stage. Choyan collapses to the ground, overwhelmed and shaken, vowing never to forget this day. The spectators remain stunned for a moment before erupting into cheers for young Master Mujin. Many are deeply moved by the extraordinary sword techniques they have just witnessed, techniques unlike anything they have seen before. After leaving the arena, Mujin reunites with Masak and Steward. He announces that they will return home, a decision that causes Joe concern at the safe location. As Steward watches Mujin walk ahead, he quietly wonders whether the young master's back had always seemed this broad and imposing. Mujin suddenly asks Steward what he is staring at, causing Steward to panic momentarily, fearing that Mujin has discovered their plan to flee. Instead, Mujin brings up the gold he had entrusted to him earlier. When he asks whether all of it has been spent, Steward replies that a small amount remains. Mujin casually remarks that they may need to visit the Bangho sect again soon due to financial difficulties. Then his tone sharpens. Mujin states that he does not mind if Joe or any other warrior chooses to leave the clan. However, if anyone ever attempts to separate him from his two younger siblings, they will have to stake their lives on that decision. The scene shifts back to the promised hideout. The two younger children are now awake and complaining to Joe about being brought there without explanation. Just then, Joe reads the letter delivered by messenger pigeon. As his eyes scan the contents, his expression changes instantly, fear taking hold as he realizes what it says. Since the topic of money has come up, Mujin decides it is time to settle matters with the lenders from the MANHWA sect. Determined to handle everything personally, he tells Steward to rest. Although Steward witnessed Mujin's victory in the duel, he still cannot hide his concern. Without delay, Mujin heads straight for the MANHWA sect with Masak at his side. Along the way, Mujin tells Masak that from now on, he must stay close behind his big boss at all times. When they arrive, Jungbo is visibly shaken to see Mujin standing before him. He never expected to encounter him again. Mujin calmly states that he has come to repay his debts and casually remarks that the place seems unusually quiet today. Jungbo can clearly sense that Mujin is no longer the same as before. The air around him feels cold yet steady, the presence of a martial master radiating lethal intent. Taking a seat, Mujin asks for the whereabouts of their leader. Jungbo cautiously inquires why he wishes to see him, but Mujin repeats the question directly. At that moment, the boss appears in person, Chai Wunjil. Mujin questions why it has been so difficult to meet someone who merely wishes to talk. He then glances at the man standing behind Chai Wunjil and asks if he is one of his lackeys. The man is revealed to be Dongsal Hukjo of the Social Sect. When Dongsal attempts to speak, Mujin cuts him off immediately. Offended, the man charges forward, only for his hand to be injured by a pair of chopsticks. He stumbles back in shock, realizing Mujin is far from ordinary. Regaining his composure, Dongsal attacks again, but Mujin effortlessly dodges every strike. Unable to comprehend how his attacks are being avoided so easily, he grows more frantic. In a split second, Mujin finds an opening and strikes again. Now desperate, Dongsal threatens that the Social Sect will send pursuers after Mujin for this attack. Unmoved by the warning, Mujin prepares to finish him. Terrified, Dongsal immediately begs for his life, offering all his wealth, properties, and possessions in exchange. Mujin pauses and agrees to take everything. Dongsal claims his assets are located in D-Change and promises to retrieve them at once. Mujin allows him to go but issues a cold warning. If he fails to return, he will suffer far worse consequences. Frightened, Dongsal flees without hesitation. That leaves Chai Wunjil, the head of the MANHWA sect, who has witnessed everything. He bows repeatedly and begs Mujin to spare him, offering all his holdings in exchange for mercy. Mujin dismisses the plea as meaningless. As far as he is concerned, the property already belongs to him. Chai Wunjil hurriedly agrees to hand everything over. However, Mujin strikes him down, stating that there is no point in repeatedly offering what already belongs to him. Jungbo and the remaining underlings freeze in shock. Mujin turns and asks who stands next in command. Jungbo immediately steps forward, introducing himself as the vice sect leader and desperately pleading for his life. Mujin spares him without hesitation and then asks for a full evaluation of the sect's wealth. After calculating carefully, Jungbo estimates that the late leader's personal property is worth around 4,000 gold niang. Including all establishments, the MANHWA sect's total assets amount to at least 10,000 gold niang. On top of that, there is an annual tribute of 500 gold niang paid to the Social Sect. Adding the assets together and including compensation for the harm caused, Mujin declares that the total now stands at 20,000 gold niang. Jungbo quickly agrees and rushes to prepare the transfer documents. Once Jungbo leaves, Mujin informs the remaining members that they should begin negotiating ransom payments for themselves. He clarifies that while he spared Jungbo, he never promised to spare everyone else. Terrified, the underlings beg for mercy. After settling all matters, Mujin transports the wealth back to the mansion. Steward is left speechless at the sight of the overflowing chests. Mujin casually remarks that each chest contains roughly 400 gold niang. However, Steward's worry deepens. The MANHWA sect was backed by the Social Sect. Since Mujin already seems aware of this, Steward further reveals that Ju Sugang of the Crimson Sword sect is a sworn brother of the Social Sect, alongside Death Black Crow and Red Crow. Upon hearing the name again, Mujin casually mentions that he has already dealt with Death Black Crow. He then warns Steward that opponents of this level may be difficult for him or Elder Joe to handle, but they should not measure Mujin by the same standard. If such trouble comes looking for him, he will simply eliminate it. Afterward, Mujin changes the subject and asks for tender beef to be prepared for dinner. He also reminds them to make sure his younger siblings are well fed when they return. With that, he heads to his room. Steward remains stunned. Death Black Crow is feared throughout Sichuan, yet Mujin treated him as insignificant. Watching the young master walk away, Steward cannot help but wonder whether this is truly the same Mujin he once knew. Later that night, Choyan secretly hires several rogue martial artists and orders them to attack the Flame Hua clan's residence. She instructs them to leave only one member alive. Determined and consumed by resentment, she resolves to destroy everything Mujin holds dear right before his eyes. There was once a golden era for the Flame Hua clan. A remarkable figure known as the Flame Emperor drew admiration from countless martial artists who filled the training grounds just to witness his presence. Even the prestigious Tang clan of Sichuan praised both his character and his strength. Within a single generation, the Flame Hua clan rose to become a force no one could ignore. Even renowned martial masters avoided provoking its warriors. In those days, the people of Xichang would cheer proudly whenever members of the clan walked through the streets. But after the Flame Emperor's death, everything changed. During the succession ceremony for the next patriarch, the new leader's shortcomings were exposed before the world. From that point on, the Flame Hua clan steadily declined. Loyal followers began to drift away one by one. The image of the Flame Emperor still lingers in memory. To the orthodox sects, he was a bold and magnanimous hero. To his enemies, he was an overwhelming martial master of unmatched power. He was, without question, an extraordinary man. And now, for reasons he cannot fully explain, Steward finds that young Master Mujin's back resembles that same commanding figure. Suddenly, two exhausted warriors rush into Steward's room with urgent news. Assassins have been sent by the Changhua merchant group to ambush them. Elder Joe and the remaining warriors are fighting as best they can, but the attackers greatly outnumber them. Realizing that the young master and the young lady are in danger, Steward immediately orders someone to inform Mujin while he heads toward the battlefield himself. The scene shifts to Joe, who is standing alone, desperately defending the children. Just as he is about to be struck down, Steward arrives in time to save him. The assassins quickly turn their attention to Steward, attacking him together. He holds them off with determination, but one assassin finds an opening and forces him onto the defensive. The leader of the group orders the others to leave Steward to him and eliminate everyone else, except for one member. A precise strike lands, and Steward collapses to the ground. The assassins smirk as they debate which member to spare. Dojin steps forward bravely, shielding his sister. Impressed but unmoved, one assassin raises his blade to kill him. At that very moment, Mujin appears. The assassin halts briefly, then decides to eliminate Mujin as well. But the instant he closes the distance, Mujin takes him down before he can even react. Mujin charges forward without hesitation. The remaining assassins rush him all at once, but it makes no difference. Activating the Peerless Nine Swords' fifth form, Mujin takes them down in a single overwhelming strike. One assassin survives long enough to attempt a final attack, only to be defeated by Mujin in the next instant. Mujin leaves one attacker alive, injuring him and warning him not to move if he values his life. With the danger neutralized, Steward, Joe, and the children are safe. Soyeon slowly opens her eyes and sees Mujin walking toward them. She tries to look around, but Dojin gently covers her eyes, telling her not to look. Mujin approaches and asks if they are hurt. Dojin assures him that he is fine. Mujin praises Dojin's courage and pats his head. He then instructs Elder Joe to take the wounded and his siblings back to the manor. Afterward, Mujin turns to the surviving assassin and demands confirmation. Were they sent by the Changhua merchant group? The assassin remains silent. Mujin calmly states that if he answers honestly, he will be spared. Terrified, the assassin confesses. They were sent by Choyan, the leader of the Changhua merchant group. She hired them through a faction of hired killers. Having obtained the information he needed, Mujin allows the man to leave, but not without a message. He orders the assassin to return and report exactly what happened, that while Mujin of the Flame Hua clan destroyed the entire group. And he warns that if this hostility continues, there will be consequences. Mujin walks back from the town in the daylight. The rumors of him single-handedly taking down the MANHWA sect now make sense to the public. Once called the Mad Young Master, Hua Mujin is now spoken of as the hidden dragon of Xichang. Upon entering his manor, Mujin is greeted by Meisak, who bursts into tears from relief at seeing his master safe. Ignoring the display, Mujin asks if all the injured have been taken to the medicine hall. Meisak confirms that not a single one escaped injury. The second young master, Dojin, and Soyan are resting in their chambers to recover their strength. Mujin compliments Meisak on his efforts and instructs him to prepare a bath immediately. As night falls, Mujin reflects on the events with Dojin and Soyan. Though it may seem ordinary, it is almost unimaginable for children of a martial clan to rest and recover in such a way. Yet Mujin refuses to let them witness the full cruelty of the world. If he could, he would shield them entirely, letting them experience only goodness. Dojin and Soyan, and he silently vows to protect them. The next day, Mujin heads to the medicine hall and asks Joe about the Red Flame art manual, leaving Joe visibly shocked. Joe hesitates and asks why Mujin wants it. Mujin, with a calm expression, asks if Joe fears he might destroy the manual in another outburst. Joe pauses, realizing he cannot personally teach Mujin the clan's secrets due to his condition. Mujin then reveals that starting tomorrow, he will personally train Dojin and Soyan. Judging by Joe's expression, Mujin senses his doubt, but reassures him that there is nothing to worry about. Reluctantly, Joe hands over the secret manual. After Mujin leaves, Joe exhales deeply and turns to Steward, asking if this is truly safe. Steward, however, advises him not to worry. They have both witnessed Mujin's overwhelming swordsmanship firsthand. Mujin is improving at an astonishing rate, and it seems he is nearly cured. Steward believes the progress may be thanks to the Taoist treatment finally taking effect, though Joe has never heard of any treatment capable of enhancing martial arts. They both conclude that Mujin's sudden improvement must be the result of an encounter with a powerful martial master. For the first time in 17 years, the long shadow over the Flame-Hua clan seems to be lifting. At the Flame-Hua training ground, Mujin begins teaching the young ones, but they struggle to grasp his instructions. Seeing this, he simplifies his explanation. Face your opponent as if your feet are frozen in place, yet let your own movements be as free as a butterfly. This is a fundamental movement technique Mujin himself created, forged through countless real combat experiences. Both Dojin and Soyan are impressed, but Soyan hesitantly questions it, reminding Mujin that Joe and Steward once said he had little real combat experience. Dojin quickly tells her not to start that argument. Ignoring their chatter, Mujin moves on to actual sparring, instructing them to attack him using the basic fist techniques they had learned. They try to strike with all their strength, but their form is so poor that Mujin grows concerned. They cannot balance their weight, fail to rotate their lower body, and lack even basic control over their movements. Shaking his head, Mujin decides to end the training for the day. Their potential is greater than he expected, but their bodies must be strengthened before learning advanced techniques. He tells them to rest and promises to see them again at dinner. Once the young ones leave, Mujin exhales deeply, reflecting on how difficult it must have been for his master to train him. But he vows to restore the Flame-Hua clan to its former glory, revive its martial legacy, and track down the one who bore the cursed swordless mark, whom he failed to defeat in his previous life. He swears to kill that person no matter what it takes. Gripping his greatsword, Mujin notices that he can now lift it effortlessly with one hand. Not only that, he can feel the energy in the air. With each repetition of his sword forms, his speed continues to increase. A few days later, Joe and Steward return. Mujin simply nods and tells them, "Good work." Meisak, flustered, begins rambling about all they endured to protect the young ones, but Mujin interrupts angrily, reminding them that they were the ones who caused the danger in the first place. "If I had arrived even a moment later, you all would have been in big trouble. Don't let this happen again." At that moment, the Taoist Du Yangsu arrives, boasting about how his medicine cured Mujin. Initially unfamiliar with him, Mujin dismisses the Taoist, telling him to leave. Meisak quickly informs Mujin of Yangsu's role in his recovery and apologizes. Mujin, however, steps aside, gestures for Yangsu to enter, and finally welcomes him into the manor.